And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to this Labor Day Out of War stream. I have no idea how long I'm going to be playing. Basically, I'm going to play as long as I want today. I have no schedule. Well, other than 3 p.m. this afternoon, where me and Zorith will be playing Icarus again. But yeah, so I have no idea how I ended up here. Be certain I saved on the truck. But yeah. Hey, Micanthrope, who gets that shaft? I don't know. Are you coming over? If you come over, I'm sure we can arrange something. Alright, let's fix. I can't wait for them to fix the audio on this. There we go. Alright. You need to re-up your passport. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I also need to update my renew my passport. And welcome to the stream, Micanthrope. What are you up to today? Clothing pass on the refresh sheet. Neat. Oh, that's why. I keep forgetting to adjust that. My day is just starting, but it is starting well. I have coffee, and I have a cavern to make. And I've got hours to play. I have no restriction. So basically, what I want to do with the cavern at this point is make it 15 floors deep, 15 wide, and hope that that's going to be enough to let me maneuver. If it's enough, that I'm going to stop there. And start setting up the conveyors to work on the shaft. Sorry, work on the ramp that's going to lead to the shaft. And if not, I'm going to have to expand it. The cat took the space in front of your keyboard. He didn't like the sound of the keyboard. Well, maybe she believes you are due for a break. Actually, wait a minute. I did not do this, did I? Yeah, I need to. Really? You didn't catch me? Yeah. All right. So, if you don't have access to your keyboard, what are you doing this morning, Akla? You left. Ah. She wants more food. Brainstorming a story. Very cool. I hope that goes well. I actually came up with a storyline for Harker over the last few days. Yeah, for a character that shows up in year 3 of the book, of the series. So, not quite the solution that I'm looking for, but it is pretty much a complete story. In that the full events take place. Well, the thing is that what's happening in this case is not that I'm dropping hints or anything like that. It's that I have his full story. He shows up as shouldn't you all be asleep? It's 6 a.m. here. It's clearly morning. It's clearly time to get up. Um, but yeah, like it's and it's a very like what I am realizing is that I have one character whose story is going to take place over 4 years, and then I have other characters, And I'm kind of thinking that what I might end up doing, what the situation may end up creating, is that these other characters will have smaller stories. Maybe wrapping up over 1 year, and they'll become part of the background in further years, kind of thing. I am unsure, but that sound like, but yeah, like that character with the 4 year story, like I have the high points, not as in story, but I know what happens to him, how his power evolves over his time as at Harker. But I don't really have a story to wrap around that yet. Part of me wonders if I might not simply be trying too hard, or maybe if I might be getting hung up on aspects that aren't that important. Such as the fact that, because it's in a university, I want to quote unquote have university related stuff happening, and maybe I don't need that all that much. Ah, let's see if this makes things a way easier. Really sorry about a school. That's a compulsory element. Uh, yeah, but probably doesn't have to be quite as hung up on the detail as I am. But, I've got stuff to write, so it's not like I'm in a bad position, because, I have story related stuff, and, you know, but yeah, I think that for year one, the smaller story will be uh, Claudia's. I think Claudia learning, coming to terms with her abilities, with her power, and, setting herself on the track to become the hero that she's destined to become, for lack of a better word. Doing one of those screw your reader kind of story arc. I have no idea what that means, so probably not. prepare a character for herohood only to have someone else in the last minute take over the role. Not really. I'm not really a subvert. I don't really subvert stuff. I tend to write very straightforward stories. There is there is a plot line. There is a character who is destined to become a villain. Well, destined. Destined is maybe a strong word. But there is one of the student, who is part of the graduating class, who will by the time everything is over, not by the time, like, he will graduate to become a hero, and he will be a hero for a while, and over time he will become one of this world's villain. Whoa. Work with Joker 1 and 2 by somebody's definition of working, maybe. Not by mine. Or rather, Joker 1 works, Joker 2 doesn't. But that's... Joker 2 doesn't work because they completely lost track of what movie they were making. Well, okay. The issue with what you're talking about, but it plays, is one of expectations. I mean, yeah, you can screw with your readers if you want, but you will pay a price for it. You know, if you're doing a enemies to lovers story, you need to hint at that early. You know, and I am saying this, you know, only if you are, if the goal of the book is to sell and make it on, you know, up the charts. Again, like, if you're writing for yourself, if that is the kind of story you want to read, then yeah, write it. Then that becomes a reveal. Then that becomes something that at some point down the line, they discover that they're, you know, that the person they love is a villain. I have a story in that branch, but it's not that. That's going to be 400. It is not a enemies to lover. It's basically how a supervillain is literally taken off the field by falling in love. Hey, James, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And I'm kind of realizing that that's probably a story that I'm going to be able to tell in a Harker, but in the background. Like I don't know that I'm going to be able to tell it directly, because I don't have like the story is told from from the student's point of view in general. Like I have other point of views, but it always has to relate to the school. And you are okay, James? I'm glad to hear that. Welcome to the stream. Thinking it's hard to figure the world has that in the background. Button! At least I didn't lose anything. I would answer antagonist to setting. Well, I mean, the easiest way to insert an antagonist is to have him confront your protagonist. And part of the thing is that well, the thing is, here's the thing. An antagonist is someone who gets in the way of the protagonist. On a purely technical term, in the fifth element was there. Yes, that is one hell of a subversion of expectations, because normally, a story is about the protagonist and the antagonist confronting each other. But the thing is, like, an antagonist and a villain or an enemy don't have to be the same thing. A character's best friend can be an antagonist. If, for the sake of the story, what they want interferes, gets in the way of what the protagonist want. Doctor Who. Doctor and the Master. Yeah, that one depends a lot on who writes the master, who writes the series at the time. Because there are times where the Master is clearly a villain, and you're the writing, James. And there are others where he's a little more subtle. The one that exemplify that the most to my mind is Missy. The Master as Missy really, really walks the fine line between being a villain, an antagonist, an ally, a friend, because in that incarnation, she is kind of trying to convince the Doctor that they are, that they should be together, whatever that means for Time Lords. With the new series, the Master appears to have a watcher. I want my friend back. Until you hit the Whitaker era, where the Master goes pretty much super villain. Full blown super villain. I personally, it's not that bad. Like Judy Whittaker as the Doctor, I think she's fine. I quite enjoyed her as the Doctor. It's just that the writing is, the writer, the head writer, basically doesn't know what to do. Can you have a die 20, James? Yes, you can. And we have a 20. I don't know how well you're going to see it. My lighting is not really conducive to showing stuff, but yeah, 20. Yep, and that 20. But yeah, like I did not hate Judy Whittaker as the Doctor. Consider yourself hogback. Like, it is definitely not the greatest Doctor stories. And I do not care for the Master in that incarnation. Gatwa is in a really, really unfortunate place. In that he fell victim to Disney. Unless what you did not like, James, about Gatwa was the fact that the Doctor is emotional. That the Gatwa played the Doctor as somebody who feels very strongly. If that is the aspect you didn't like, okay, that's a Gatwa thing. But the stories they were planning on telling, I think, had potential, but Disney Disney, because basically what happened is that Disney held up the series. At the end, well, during second season. Okay, so you don't like the fact that he's emotional. Okay, perfectly fair. Disney went, we don't know if we're picking this up again. And the BBC could not do anything with the show until they had an answer. And Gatwa basically went, wait a minute, I cannot put my career on hold on the hope of a yes. So he told the BBCs, you know what, this is not tenable. So I am leaving at the end of this season. And they had to conclude things because they wouldn't have the actor again. My biggest problem with Doctor Who, especially New Who, is the fact that they felt like the storytelling needed to end with the head writer. Like when RTD left, everything he had planned stopped instead of being picked up by the next writer, and that gave us some really janky. Capaldi was the last good Doctor. Okay, I like Gatwa. I like I said, I did not mind Judy. I like Gatwa. I like a Doctor who feels. I'm really annoyed that at the crap Disney pulled, because I would have loved to seen what the plan was for the full arc. My favorite is Matt Smith. I am a big Max Smith, which I think is 12. My all-time favorite is number 4. 11? Okay, so 12 would be Capaldi. Okay. My all-time favorite is number 4. Damn it. I can't. For some reason, Tom Baker. I love Tom Baker as the Doctor. I love how wacky he is. And unfortunately, he set the tone going forward for the clownish Doctor, which was unfortunate. But I love 4. You need to rewatch the series for out your favorite. Can't even think which number they are. 4 hated the caster of your Doctor. Really? Tom Baker did not like his replacement. I don't remember his name. My least favorite Doctor is probably Colin Baker, which I believe is number 6. I did not care for Colin Baker at all. Peter Davidson, thank you. Went to the same school as you. Very neat. I was afraid of that. Well, Colin Baker fell victim to the writers wanting to try something completely different. They wanted a Doctor who felt alien, who felt like a Time Lord, and it didn't work. And there was also the fact that the actor and the production had issues. There were conflicts between the two. The American Doctor. Yeah. I'm torn on the American Doctor Who movie. The problem is we didn't get enough of that character, of that version of the Doctor, to really get anything from him. Like, who is he? Like, and that's the thing, is that Doctor Who doesn't really work to me as movies. Oh yeah, he is canon. Like, he was. He he's actually included. Like, there's leading to the War Doctor. He's in there, which confirms that he's canon. I just like this is the kind of situation where I wish that had been a series instead of a movie. Douglas Adam Doctor episodes? Ah. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I am unsure if I would want Douglas Adam writing Doctor Who. If you mean, have I not read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? I've read all 4 books in the 5 books in the trilogy. I think there's 5. And they're good, but I don't think that they would work as Doctor Who. Oh, Douglas Adam wrote Doctor Who books. Oh, I did not know that. No. That is news to me. Interesting. Well, that's good then. Douglas which Doctor episode? Douglas involvement. Doctor includes 3 main storyline: Pirate Planet, the story which is known, humor and science fiction element. The City of Death story, which was sure. Shut up. Partially shot but left on. Ah. So he actually, on top of books, he wrote actual episodes. I did not know that. Interesting. Paul McGon, thank you, but it plays. Yeah. Like, I don't mind the movie. And I actually hope actually no, some elements have been removed from canon. What do you, what? One of the elements I didn't like in the movie has been removed from canon, so I'm glad. Oh, yeah, the Zadgon is, the Zadgon's history is really amusing, and oh man, they kept forgetting what the Zadgun was supposed to be capable of doing. I found funny that in Stargate they don't consider bringing Zadgun to a cliff. I'm pretty sure that the reason is story on the writer side, because the Zadgun became such a loaded item in the world that because they kept forgetting what it's supposed to do, how it's supposed to work. and you're making up new rules and not being consistent. Even the writers admitted that they didn't know what to do with the damn thing. Yeah, that's and that's a problem. When they created it, it was one shot stuns, two shots killed, three shots disintegrates. And after that, it became whatever they needed to be. They needed it to do. And that's not good. Arc of Infinity. What what is that, James? The name is not familiar to me. Fifth Doctor. Okay. So the answer I'm going to give is yes, I have seen it because I've seen everything from the Fourth Doctor onward. But I can't tell you anything because I do not actually remember much of old Doctor Who stuff. Of classic Who. All right, let's confirm. That is 1, 2, 3. Get you there. Yep. I don't think. Okay. This is an interrelated language. We've seen episode 1, and there are 2 lady doctors. Start the old series, but then get tired of it through the damage before. Well, I tried Doctor 1, 2, and 3. Doctor 1, I just don't like him. Like, he's not bad, but he's not the kind of character I care for. And there's also too much missing. Doctor 2, that didn't resonate with me. The Third Doctor, I started liking him. Well, no, I liked him. It's just that he barely goes anywhere. Because they decided to keep him stuck on Earth, there was little for him to do. So it became a different kind of story. And yeah, like, it wasn't bad, but of that era, like I said, of that era, Tom Baker's my Doctor. William Hartnell was I Ran Away. Still, well, yeah. The thing is, I mean, do you know what the original concept of Doctor Who was? Do you know what Doctor Who was supposed to be when they started filming? It was supposed to be a show teaching science to children. That was the original plan for Doctor Who. And history, yes, that's true. I did not know it was created by a Canadian. I was not aware of that. But yeah, like, it was pitched as a educational educational show. And like I remember watching the documentary. I do not remember um the I don't remember the details, but at some point uh like I'm not going to say things went off the rail, but it became a different show. Yeah, Barbarossa. Yeah, and that's one of the reason one of the um companion was a teacher, so that she could, play the educational part of the role. And I don't even think the concept lasted more than two or three storyline of the Hartnell era. Was Ian a teacher as well? I don't remember. I honestly barely remember Ian as a character. Huh, that's interesting. Actually, you know what? Let's see if I can clean up with this when I come back. Lurks for reading. All right, enjoy your lurk, Akla. Don't care much for Susan. She screamed far too much. I remember Susan as a character, but I don't remember detail. But like then again, Hartnell was not my era. Like I said, I didn't care for the character, for the portrayal, and too much stuff is missing. And to be fair, I was young, so it's entirely possible that the black and white aspect of the filming, because of its age, didn't work for me. Ian's is a science teacher. Okay, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm probably one of the saddest casualty of the machination with Disney for the Gatwa era is Susan, because I would have loved to have seen what the original plan was for her in that storyline. Do I really want to? Well, yeah, yeah, I'm curious. Wait, what? puppy is Susan's mother? Wait. Wait, they were going to reset things so that the wish child is no longer the doctor? Well, that's good. That is good. Well, that would have been good. There was Poppy is the mother and had Susan as a daughter. Okay. Okay. That could have been interesting. It would certainly have made more sense than what they ended up doing, but again, you know, victim of Disney and stuff. A 128 words, the anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Can I? Yeah, that's still working. I've got 500. I'm good. Fine. Fine. Hey, buddy, we're out of there. Are you done? Are you done dancing? Is the show over? Can we get back to work, buddy? Yeah, going in the wrong direction.
Thanks to Freedom Mobile's reliable coverage.
Coffee's done. quite like that song. That is a that's a song of my youth. But yeah, when it comes to storytelling, the Doctor is a falls victim to having too many people involved. And that's always the danger with with you know communal work where you can't control the one with the massive snake. I do not recall that story. That's interesting. I keep not going as deep on this side as I do on the other one. It is very interesting. All right, did I? So that's cleared. Okay, that's a snake. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Chapter 2 will be for later? What are you reading? What is the title? Helping him when I can. Okay. Lit RPG, I take it. Light lit RPG. Very cool. Jet 2. Specialization doing killing and plotting and what's not. Neat. Do that here. Oh, yes, I can. Unless I fall. I'd be able to do that. You want to give me a celery and hug me? Well, consider yourself hugged back. Why a celery? Why give me celery? Oh, Colin Baker. Okay. All right. Mind you, not everyone can pull up decorative vegetable. Yeah, I'm probably not someone who can pull it off. Actually, you know what? Let's go under. Oh, wait. No, Peter. Yeah, Peter. Peter Davidson. Not Colin. Shows how bad my memory is that I could not remember the correct one. Yeah. Whiny frat boy. To me, Colin Baker is the nasty one. Hey, Darth, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Get more ore. Oh, that is definitely the plan. Always getting more ore. I need to check something. Do I have a merger in here? Level 41. What happens if I go here? Lurk for writing. Alrighty, James. Enjoy your writing. I need a hopper. Okay. So this is definitely gonna have to be removed. Still the wrong direction. So it's gonna be 2 lefts. Going here. Actually, I want one. There's going to be another one here. I'll be right back. Enjoy the writing, James. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting sidetracked. I've confirmed that the merger is going to work the way I want. I'm going to have to clear that to put what I need, but okay. Actually, going. Hey, Lonnie! Oh, that sucks. How far into the game were you? How far into your project were you? Ah. 4 hours? Oh, man. That really sucks. Can you go back? Like, is it totally corrupted? Can you go back to a an autosave, the previous autosave? I mean, that would be what, 20 minutes? If they're setting up and getting started. Alrighty, but it plays. Good luck with the sleep. I mean, I certainly hope you manage to get back in without having to lose everything, because yeah, that hurts. It happened that Pastor said that. Yeah, oh, I completely understand that. I've been there. I've done that. Which is why I find that having someone around who's not in the moment can help. To the couch. Cat requires cuddles. Wait, he's not. The cat's not demanding the cuddles from your computer chair. Overfill. Okay, these feel kind of low, but okay. You have a stray cat that decided to adopt you. He knows how to tell you what he wants. Well, good of him to be a good cat. And to have trained you properly. You can hear him when he meows, so he uses body language because he claws when you're not paying attention. Oh, he's trying to teach you to pay attention. Humans should always be paying attention to cats. Always! No exceptions. It's clawed very gently. It was only the first few times that he drew blood. He was testing what the levels were. Holy cow, that's a good amount of dirt in there. Whoops. That was a little more than I planned. Yeah, he decided to go back out. He's probably looking for the neighborhood orange Tom again. They like each other. Oh. Is the well? You said Tom, so that implies that he's a male. So it's good that you're understanding of his preferences and that you aren't trying to mold them into what you think is proper of a cat. Am I getting cold again? Looks like I am. Oh. I haven't seen them on the porch screaming at each other. Oh. They're trying to form a band. I'll be right back. You live by the motto, live and let live. Yeah, very good. That is a very good one. Yeah. I very much live by that one as well. Um, reload. Reload. Have to reload your magazine. I need to get the ammo box to reload my. I don't think I get that one. Yeah, that's enough to. I need to count something. I need to count how far. Let's start. Oh! Man, you broke quickly. What broke? gonna have to buy it because I don't have. I do not. So the ECU. Oh, E, not I. High quality. Oh, is that new? 100%. 35%. Huh. You can buy different quality of these things. That is interesting. I did not know that. Definitely gonna buy high quality. Hey, Akla. Yeah. When you build one yourself, uh, it's or 80% quality, and the high quality is 100. So it's cheaper to build it yourself, but if you're gonna have to buy it like I do right now, although to be fair, I could buy the ore to get all the materials made, but I don't feel like it. I got enough money that I don't have to. Welcome back, Akla. James, 116 words. The anecdotes of the aristocracy. Congratulations. Minor. Oh. Oh, I'm out. Oh, wow. That is unexpected. What does this look like? All right, time to replace more floors. There's a huggers. Have a stranger come up and hug before? Yeah, we are. No, I don't do it to strangers, and if I don't know, I ask first. But yeah, definitely hugs. Now I need to remember to leave one. Gonna make it easier on me by starting here. Niece and nephew know you love your hugs. Uncle Junior needs his hugs. For me, it was one of my workplaces. Uh, oh, I don't have anything in here. Okay, that's interesting. Could have sworn... There's that here. One of the women who worked there, once a year, she would bring a box of chocolate bar, full size chocolate bar, and we could buy some for the price of one hug. You know, and the first year that I was there that she did that, I kind of went, okay, this is a little odd but interesting. And she went, well, yeah, that's the only way she gets to have people hug her. And from that day forward, every day of the of work, the first thing I did when I arrived is hugged her. And then I moved on to whatever else I had to do. Let's just buy a lot. Oh, that's why, because there's too much. It can't consume all of it. Yeah, you would hug her a lot. Every time you pass, you would hug her. I didn't. Yep, I'm still going to be here. I'm planning on being here for at least 2 more hours. After that, you know, it's going to be a 4 hour. It's going to depend a bit on how I feel. Because, you know, I suspect it's going to be taking its toll a little bit. All right. I want to clear this. Okay, if I want 500 floors, give me the rest in. Oh, and that's fine. It's just that in my mind, it would trickle the excess in as it went. I had not realized that it did not trickle it in. And I can't wait for this section to fall out enough that I can add. Because for some reason, this section here, I cannot get rid of this dirt. I've tried. Oh, looks like I might be able to do it here. All right, enjoy your lyric, James. Oh, right, and I want to count. So that is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 12. Okay, so I need to advance 4 more. I found spot like that as well. So were you able to check, Lonnie? are you able to use a an autosave? A spot like that, well, probably something to do with glitchy. Yeah, probably. Like, I have noticed that even though this is technically higher, that position hits higher. Well, that position will grab more around it than doing it like that. You know, don't really know why, but I have noticed that. So once in a while, I'll go over here like this and try. And sometimes it does. Still working on getting caffeinated? Okay. Sometimes it'll work. And others it won't. Like this won't work. Alright. Let's just... And, you know, I also figure that over time the dirt will fall and expose more, and I'll be able to deal with it then. Yeah. Yeah, if it, that is, well, or what I might do is park my truck underneath and just hand get them. You default to loader? Yeah. Everything defaults to loader. It loaded the previous save. Okay, cool. So how much time do you think that cost you? 15 minutes? Okay, well, that's not horrible then. Well, I am definitely glad that not all was lost. Because, yeah, that can really get discouraging. Well, yeah. I'm not sure where I live, but you may want to check out the winter forecast. Cool. I'm in Canada, so winter is always cold and miserable up here. Although I'm near the Great Lakes, so we do get a little more clemency. Likely get hard this winter. Okay. Cool. I don't do a lot of traveling in the winter. I'm mostly on foot otherwise, and being home full time means that I can adapt to bad weather. You're in north central Arkansas, so on the winter storm central this year. Oh. Ryan Hall. Yo. Well, I have brought it up. I'll take a look at it. Once I'm done streaming. Once my gaming is done. Said it about and all. Forecasting the far right is a bit of a guesswork. Well, yeah. Yeah. Further ahead, the less accurate it gets. Doesn't mean we should not pay attention though. Yeah. Or in my case, hope for the best and deal with whatever happens. Because it's not like I'm much for preparation. I'm not. Oh no, no. I'm in Ontario, um, so, and like I said, I'm by the Great Lakes, so our weather is usually a little more clement. Um, that spelling doesn't look right to you. Did you spell what wrong? Exciting? That looks good. Tornado Alley, that looks good. So it used to be really good. My spelling was never great. I've always, as soon as word processing apps got spell checkers, they became mandatory to me. Hopeless nerd. Well, I shall hope for you that there is still hope. Oh, come on. Really? Probably all of everything that fell out. Yeah, it does. It's what I use, but every so often I either miscalculate or something doesn't quite clear. And in this case, I lost a lot of dirt from my bucket, so I'm thinking that might have had something to do with it. I did not adjust the bucket fast enough, and a lot of dirt fell out. It's also why I would love to have. Whoops, not what I wanted. That I can't wait to have an ability to to return the bucket to zero. Because I tend to set it up so that it's just at the ground level, but putting it back in place is not easy. In order to get that good, you rely on 4 pieces to keep from the. Yeah. Yeah, but like as I said, like I eyeball it as best as I can, and I've noticed that if I start at as close to my zero as possible and angle it until I'm at about minus 25, I usually get good result. It's not 100% guaranteed. But I like, I'm very much, like, I like reference point. It's one of the reason why in not Satisfactory, Space Engineer, one of my biggest complaint about the game is that the compass is not vanilla, and that there's no way to look at your elevation. Because those are two things. That's why I love the GPS. Those are two things that really, really make me, work better. So you use visual reference. Yeah, I'm no good at visual references. That's why I like working with the numbers. Yeah, with everything I lost, that's not going to do me any good. Yeah. Even in the cockpit, you don't actually get elevation. You get distance from the ground, but you don't get actual elevation. I'm really curious. I can't wait for Space Engineer 2 to go into survival, for them to open the survival, because I really enjoy Space Engineer, so I'm really hopeful for Space Engineer 2. I'm hopeful enough that I've already bought it. Looks decent. There we go. Okay, so that is 16 from where my ramp will start. So now I need to widen in that direction, and then widen in that direction. And the widening is going to be interesting, because if there's something that these guys don't like doing, is digging sideways. Oh, I got a lot of hours in Space Engineer as well. Never did, well, that's not true. I've done a few decent things as far as I'm concerned, but I'm not one of those, super builders. And what usually happens with sandbox games like that, and like this as well, is I have an idea, a thought, and I'll set out to experiment, to try it and see what happens. And usually once I've resolved that, once I've gone, okay, that's the thought. And then I move on to something else. Until I get another thought. I am hoping that the economy in Space Engineer 2 Survival will be a little better. Your miner got far too big, capable of mining an entire. I never had the patience to go that far. I tried to make asteroid eaters a couple of times, and I just lost interest. Like it took too long, because that's the other issue with me is eventually I can get bored. A couple of the ship, even more hours to mine the asteroids, stone included. There was nothing left. Very cool. Were you using mods or was it all vanilla? Vanilla. Very cool. I had a few mods that I considered core to my experience. Eat, sleep, drink, repeat was one of them. I quite enjoyed that mod, and it's one of those that I always used. I will say this is working a lot better than I expected. You never use that, but basically it adds the food, it adds the nutrition, the sleep, the drink, survival to the survival aspect. And that's an aspect of survival that I enjoy. Having to manage food, manage crops for your food and stuff like that. And the sleep mod lets the night pass so that I can work in daytime. Never been a big fan of full dark. You know of it, okay. Did not do this one properly. You know what? Let's just do this. Playthrough on 1x. No, those are really not those settings I didn't care for. I put I would leave the storage inventory normal, but I would max out my inventory. No mods or anything like that, but I did not care to minimize my personal inventory. Lapin James, 166 words. Anecdotes of the artistocracy. Planting. Congratulations. Yeah, I don't have the patience for something like that. Maybe, to be fair, maybe if the game when I started playing the game, if that was the only option, I might have gotten used to it. But when I started playing it, 10x was already there, so it's how I've been playing it. It did back then. Your first playthrough was you know what? And that's fair. That is fair. My start conditions that I enjoy the most is starting with no hand drills. Basically removing the hand drill from my game completely. Forcing myself to work only with machines when it comes to getting my ore. That is a start condition I very much enjoy. Ah. Okay, there's no way to reset these. Because I don't know what. Actually, Lonnie, have you adjusted the nighttime and daytime settings for your game? Or did you leave it as they are as they default? Well, you don't know how to get the ore without a drill. That is quite correct. You need a drill, but if you start in the regular game, you start with a landing pod that you can tear down for parts, and that is the challenge: building a drill with only what's in your landing pod, and then using it to get this what you need to start with so that you can build a platform and build a bigger drill and go on like that. That, to me, that's fun. Oh, someone just said something that I want to check. You first played through it was default. You ended up setting this up. Okay. Um. Okay. Because I'd like to return it to default. Ah, okay, that is neat. You can level walls. That is neat. And of course, when you get close to the... that changes, but... Yeah, somebody in the Discord just mentions it. Today I learned you can learn shovel again to level walls. And I went, huh. And I had to test it. And indeed, it works. All right, now fun situation because I want to try to make myself as even with the wall as I can, and I don't have a lot of maneuvering space to make it happen. Okay, I'm kind of impressed with this. I got way more level than I thought I would. I asked the Discord. Somebody is bound to know what they are. Ah. This is 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Let's 2, 3. So this is 5, 6, 7. So if I go back there, that should be 8. 1, 2, 3 plus 5. So yeah, that is 8. Alrighty, rest well. I'll be back 3 plus in about 6 hours. Me and Zorth will be playing Icarus this afternoon. So you are welcome to drop by if you feel like it at that point. Stuff is increasing. Hmm. Give me a moment. Need to go check in on something. Ah, That was actually less painful than I was expecting. Nowhere near done, but because it was less painful. The interesting thing is what's the effective maneuvering space that gives me? So this makes me a little small. Question is, can I basically use this and turn into the wall? Ooh, kinda. Uh, wonder if this, I think, instead of this. And I know where I'm going to try it, what adjustments I'm going to make. This is a quote-unquote absolute wall. So we are going to close you off. I'm actually ending. I'm gonna do a check of the stuff I have, and I will be bringing the stream to an end. 48 words, anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. And in case you are leaving, I'll be back at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Me and Zorth are going to be playing Icarus. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to finish it that way. I'll change it next time. I shall. Alright. And with that, I'm going to call it a stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back at 3 p.m., so about 5 hours from now. Me and Zorth will be playing Icarus. Homestead is the mission we're going to do, and maybe do another one if there's enough time. So, I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.